Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Spaceflight Now's live coverage of the rollout of NASA's SLS rocket, the Space Launch System, and the Orion spacecraft preparing to make a 4-mile journey across a span of about 12 hours, heading from the Vehicle Assembly Building out to Launch Complex 39B. I'm Will Robinson-Smith, reporter with Spaceflight Now. It's good to be with you here on this Thursday evening. We are broadcasting, as we always do, from the Spaceflight Now News Bureau here at NASA's Kennedy Space Center. And you're looking live at the Vehicle Assembly Building from our perspective here at the press site. You can see just beneath NASA Meatball on the VAB a projection of the Artemis 2 mission patch. Local time is currently 7:51 p.m. Eastern, 2351 UTC for our friends joining around the world. First motion for the SLS rocket sitting atop the mobile launcher on the Crawler Transporter 2 is expected at 8 p.m. tonight. NASA and its meteorologists are keeping a close eye on the weather, make sure that conditions are within the roll restrictions for the vehicle to begin. Again, it's roughly a 12-hour journey out to the pad. As we're settling into the broadcast, I want to thank the more than 350 of you who are watching along with us live this evening. If you haven't already, you could do us a big favor just by clicking that like button and sharing the stream to allow some more folks to find their way into this live special rollout coverage. Our Adam Bernstein is getting settled in his position to help track the SLS rocket as it prepares to emerge from the VAB. And we've got cameras set up all around the press site to bring you the best possible views of the SLS rocket as it makes its sunset exit. Stage left. Got our John Pisani and Spaceflight Now editor Stephen Young running the technical operations of the broadcast and running cameras on this side of the road here tonight. Want to thank our wonderful channel member community here on YouTube for making this and every other live launch and special coverage opportunity possible. So big thanks to folks like Kelly McDonough, Pi Quarter, About Time Ranch, Noah, 51011, and many others. NorCal Gypsy Woman, hello to you. Channel membership comes with a number of perks, including discounts at our online shop, which is shop.spaceflightnow.com. Access to member-only videos here on YouTube, access to our members-only Discord server, and of course the ability to watch all of our live launch liftoff moments from here in Florida in 4K. Launch in this case, rollout coverage. Also, let us know in the live chat where you are watching from, whether you're here with us in the Sunshine State or a little bit further flung. It's always good to see where our global audience is joining us this Thursday evening. A beautiful sunset, about half a day past the launch of a Falcon 9 rocket elsewhere at the spaceport. And the busy times continue here tonight as we are getting ready to see what NASA hopes will be the final roll of the SLS rocket out to the pad. And if all goes well, we will see a launch of the Artemis 2 mission, the first crewed flight of the Orion spacecraft, no earlier than, no fooling, April 1st. That's the first day of about a handful of days in the early part of April that NASA has available to them to be able to launch the Artemis 2 mission for a 10-day flight around the moon and back. Local time is currently 7:59 p.m. Eastern, 23:59 UTC. Taking a little bit of a behind-the-scenes look here inside our offices here at the KSC press site. Want to bring your eyes up above me for just a second. As you can see near the top of our roof, we're just about 20 seconds from the top of the hour, and our expectation is that first motion for the SLS rocket will be in just about 10 seconds time. This, of course, the Artemis 2 mission, which is set to fly these 4 humans up to around the moon and back again from left to right. Of course, you've got NASA astronauts Reid Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Koch, and Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen. These 4 will be the first to fly the Orion spacecraft that they've decided to name Integrity around the moon and back on a 10-day jaunt. First, of course, once they launch, they'll be testing out some of the systems for the Orion spacecraft that weren't a part of the Artemis 1 mission. Things like the life support and ecosystems, various functions that weren't needed without humans but are very important to this quartet. Things like the bathroom, for example, making sure that's working. The exercise equipment that they will use throughout the course of this 10-day mission and the like. So that'll be within flight day 1 as they head into a high Earth orbit. And then once the translunar injection burn is decided on and happens, then that sets the course for the rest of this 10-day operation out to the moon and back again. You can think of the TLI burn essentially as their deorbit burn in a manner of speaking, because it sets them on the path and they are committing essentially to go to the moon at that point in the mission. So we're watching the sun set, as you can see in the shot to my right, and the emergence of the SLS rocket coming up here in the very near future. Now, this first part of the emergence of the SLS rocket, it's going to be a slow going. So you can see here in this bigger shot of the SLS rocket, they've removed all of the various platforms that have been around the vehicle so that there's a nice clear. And the rocket will first raise up a little bit, so it'll come off of the pedestals, which are out of frame here at the bottom, and then it will move slightly forward, so we'll see that first emergence outside of the vehicle assembly building. Then it will be brought down a little bit, go out just a little bit more, and then up here you can see the crew access arm, which right now is extended out to the Orion spacecraft. That will retract and swing back away, so it'll be in the stowed position alongside the 400-foot tall mobile launcher. And then the roughly 4-mile journey really gets underway. And throughout the course of this process, they spend a lot of time making sure that the Orion spacecraft and SLS rocket are level. So the Crawler Transporter 2 moves at a top speed of about 1 mile per hour. And actually, let's go ahead full screen live to the SLS rocket inside the vehicle assembly building. You can see kind of what I'm talking about. Here is a good view of the rocket with the doors open. And you keep a close eye on this because it will be a very gradual, slight shift upward as the rocket comes off the pedestals, moves forward out of the VAB, and then comes down. And our cameras outside will be able to capture the arm swing away from the Orion spacecraft. As we're getting going with this coverage, I want to thank a few folks in the live chat for your support of our coverage here at Spaceflight Now. Welcoming in new channel members Brownie Clark, H2O, STIDY, both joining with membership at the Pad Leader level. Also want to thank channel member Josh King for being a member with us at the Pad Leader level for now 41 months and counting. Josh says, wow, 41 months. Thanks for the great content, Spaceflight Now, and the great interview with Jared. For those of you who haven't taken the opportunity to check that out, we were able to do a 30-minute sit-down interview with the NASA administrator, Jared Isaacman, last week. We'll be sharing some clips from that interview throughout the course of the coverage here tonight. But if you want to see the full thing in its entirety, you can either go to that post of ours on X or just hang out here on YouTube, and you can find it in both locations. Also, Joni been a member with us for 15 months at the mission specialist level. Thank you, Joni, for sticking with us. Who says, thanks, Spaceflight Now, Will, and crew. Also, big thanks to, not affiliated with the rocket, but to the channel member, Artemis, for number 1, gifting 50 Spaceflight Now memberships, and number 2, making a contribution of a $100 super chat with a big ol' "let's go" attached to it. Thank you so much, Artemis, for your support at that level. And to our 50 newest gifted channel members, welcome aboard. We're glad to have you all with us. And if you haven't already, be sure to thank Artemis in the live chat. And we hope you decide to stick around with channel membership beyond the month you were just gifted. Local time is 8:13 p.m. Eastern. Of course, we're keeping close tabs on the Space Launch System rocket and making sure we're capturing the moment of first motion, keeping a weather eye out for that. First motion was estimated to be at 8 p.m. tonight. However, as NASA officials have said, they were going to be keeping a close eye on weather and any other potential technical constraints that may have popped up. So as of now, we've not gotten confirmation that first motion has in fact happened, but we will keep you apprised of that. Because this is a little bit of a looser operation here as far as the updates we're anticipating from NASA, they should be fairly few. We should get some indication that roll is started and underway, and when rollout is complete tomorrow morning, but unclear if there will be really a whole lot of updates coming from the agency in the interim. So our commentary will be a little bit more sparse, if you will, than a typical launch broadcast, and certainly on launch day for the Artemis 2 mission. So just want to set that expectation as we continue on throughout the course of the evening here tonight, just about quarter past the top of the hour. Taking a look at our live chat here, I want to thank one of our channel members, Rocket Lady Elizabeth, for a very generous $20 super chat. See you this evening, Elizabeth. Who says, appreciate all that Spaceflight Now offers to us space fans. Thank you, Will and team. Local time is currently 8:23 p.m. Eastern, 00:23 UTC for those joining around the world. I had a question pop up in the live chat, and apologies for not catching who specifically asked this, but a number of folks have been talking about the winds that we're seeing tonight and asking if that could be a violation for the start of rollout. Wind's certainly something that teams are keeping an eye on for any roll opportunity, and it has been quite blustery here in Central Florida today. Right now, the wind speed is right around 10 miles per hour, with gusts of up to 22 miles per hour coming from about 9 degrees north, according to one of our weather sources. Per the roll criteria that NASA published, the constraint where they would not roll is if the sustained winds were to be 40 knots or have a peak wind greater than 45 knots. So we are quite a bit below that threshold, so I wouldn't expect the wind to be the showstopper at this point in the evening, at least so far as we were able to tell. And for those not terribly well versed in knots versus miles per hour, as I was not earlier today, 40 knots is about 46 miles per hour. just past the bottom of the hour here on the East Coast, 8:31 p.m. Eastern, 0031 UTC. At this point, we have not seen first motion yet. Of course, we will be sure to update you when we do have confirmation that the SLS rocket, Orion spacecraft, and mobile launcher are in motion and starting to exit the vehicle assembly building here. We do have a zoomed in view of the door for those of you who are asking from the outside. However, because the vehicle has not emerged, we're just not seeing a whole heck of a lot at this point. Here's another view of the VAB from a slightly different angle from our friends Chuck and Jen Briggs with C&J Images. Appreciate them helping us out tonight with their view of the vehicle assembly building and the mobile launcher tucked inside with the SLS rocket. Local time is currently 8:41 p.m. Eastern, 0041 UTC. Taking a look from inside the VAB, stepping outside from the perspective of photographer Adam Bernstein with a head-on view of the door to Hangar 3. You can see some of the workers there near the bottom of the mobile launch platform in front of the crawler transporter 2. No update from NASA as of yet as to when exactly first motion will happen tonight. Heading into this evening, the expectation was that they were tracking towards first motion at 8 p.m. tonight as teams continue to monitor the weather, but without any specific updates from NASA between earlier this evening and now, it's a little bit hard to gauge exactly what the delay is, if there's a technical issue being worked or it is a weather consideration that is stalling the emergence of the mobile launcher with the SLS rocket on top. Here's another angle from our John Pisani on the other side of the road. Got lots of angles, lots of cameras ready to capture the SLS rocket once it does emerge from the vehicle assembly building. And of course, we will let you know as soon as we are aware of first motion so that we can all track the progress of the vehicle together. And of course, as we're rolling throughout this coverage here tonight, we'll be keeping an eye out for member comments and questions. And if you want to have a comment or question specifically elevated for discussion, you can always use the YouTube Super Chat feature to help support our coverage tonight and to make sure that your comment gets highlighted and doesn't get lost in the shuffle here of the live chat. In this view of the crawler transporter and the mobile launcher 1, if you look near the edges of the door, either on the right or the left, you can see the pedestals that I was referencing earlier in the broadcast. If you were with us at that point in the coverage, it's just at the very edges of the mobile launcher 1, the main platform. You can see that it's actually still resting on top of those pedestals, so they have not at this point raised it up to clear those yet. That'll be a good visual indication that things are moving forward tonight. Local time now 8:58 p.m. Eastern. Now 8:59 p.m. Eastern. 00:59 UTC. Just about at the top of the hour here. You're watching Spaceflight Now's live coverage of the rollout operations for NASA's Space Launch System rocket. Eventually will be making its way out to Launch Complex 39B here at the Kennedy Space Center. The announcement that you may have heard just a little bit ago when you heard the signal coming from the VAB was a heads up about a strong wind warning that is extending out currently till 11 p.m. Eastern. Given our current vantage point right in this shot, it's hard to tell beyond the grass in the foreground what the winds are like at the moment, but we'll step a little bit further back visually to show you the flag next to the countdown clock here at the press site and get a better idea of what the current winds are like at the moment. Again, the roll criteria for the vehicle is to not roll out to the pad if winds are greater, sustained winds are greater than 40 knots, or peak winds gust up to 45 knots. Taking a look back here at our camera view in front of the high bay 3 doors, you can see that forklift vehicle that is moving some plywood in front of the Crawler Transporter 2's massive treads. This is part of the pre-roll operations. So it's good to see this now finally in work. Just a little bit past the top of the hour here on the East Coast. Unknown if the winds as they were related to the timing of when these pieces of plywood are being laid down, but of course we're keeping a close eye on things here, and we'll pass along prudent updates as we receive them. Local time now 9:08 p.m. Eastern. You can see by looking at the pedestals that the mobile launcher is being raised up, which is a good first indication that some forward motion will be forthcoming very soon. If you take a look at the left-hand side near the door, you can see one of those spotters with a bright light as they're watching the clear to make sure that they have a full clearance with the mobile launch platform so they're not scraping anywhere along that part of the vehicle, as we're getting very close now to the start of the emergence of the SLS rocket from the vehicle assembly building. local time now, 9:16 p.m. Eastern, 01:16 UTC for those joining around the world. If you take a look right in front of the forklift truck, which is sitting in front of the rightmost tread of the crawler transporter, you can see teams are offloading that plywood. You can see them walking to the left of the two right treads there. This is part of the pre-roll activities that needs to happen as the crawler transporter emerges from the vehicle assembly building. Don't believe they've laid the plywood yet for the two sets of treads on the left-hand side of the crawler transporter too. So that's probably still work ahead for them. Looks like teams are done with the right tread setup, moving over to the left side of the crawler from our camera's vantage point. The truck that's sitting in the middle of this whole operation looks to be one of the water tankers. As the crawler makes its way along the crawler way, which is laden with limestone river rocks from our next door neighbor here in the South Alabama. Water is sprayed continuously and, well, periodically as the crawler transporter 2 makes forward progress along the crawler way, and that's to help tamp down dust from kicking up or any rocks as they're crushed or crumbled by the treads to make this as clean of a process as possible. Local time is currently 9:23 p.m. Eastern, 01:23 UTC for our friends around the world. If you're just joining us, you're watching Spaceflight Now's live coverage of the rollout operations for the 400-foot tall Mobile Launcher 1 with the 322-foot tall SLS rocket stack and Orion spacecraft. The combination with the crawler transporter makes this full stack about 16 million pounds that's getting ready to emerge from the vehicle assembly building and make a 4-mile trek from here to Launch Complex 39B, where the rocket is potentially set to launch as early as April 1st. Most recent operations that we've seen here at the VAB doors in Hangar 3 is the plywood has been laid in front of the sets of crawler transporter 2 treads. Our belief is that those pieces of plywood are put down in order to protect some of the more potentially sensitive pieces of hardware that are in the path of the crawler. Things like railing, potentially, for the door to High Bay 3. There's also likely a bit of a gap between the edge of the door and the start of the crawlerway itself, so just laying a smoothish path for this massive vehicle before it starts to get into motion and protect other hardware around it. If you look just beneath the crawler transporter 2 to the left of the water tanker, you can see the forklifts that just backed up. To the right of that, you can see a individual with a hard hat with their hand raised up. But if you look way beyond that, past the crawler transporter, it looks like there may be one or more members of NASA's astronaut office that are on hand here tonight to check out the rollout for themselves. Last time back for the Artemis 1 mission, during the final rollout ahead of that launch, do recall seeing NASA astronauts Stan Love as well as Don Pettit. There may have been one or two others who were floating around in the vicinity of the road adjacent to the crawlerway that were there able to talk to members of the press. So if those are in fact members of the astronaut office that are here on hand, it's good to see fellow astronauts who are getting ready to see this rocket emerge, as 4 of their colleagues will be flying atop of this rocket stack coming up in the not-too-distant future. Those, of course, are NASA astronauts Reid Wiseman, Victor Glover, and Christina Koch, alongside Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen. Taking a look at our live chat here as we await the emergence of this stack, I want to thank one of our channel members, Artemis, for gifting yet another 50 Spaceflight Now memberships, as well as another $100 super chat. Really appreciate the generosity tonight, Artemis. Thank you so much for the support at that level. And to our 50 newest gifted members, welcome aboard. Glad to have you with us. Be sure to thank Artemis, the channel member, in the live chat if you haven't already, and we hope you decide to stick around with channel membership beyond the month you were just gifted. Also, Artemis ribbing with a Leroy. Oh, never mind. Howard Johnson. I see what you did there. Time now currently 9:45 p.m. Eastern, 01:45 UTC. We're coming up on 2 hours since the original planned target for first motion for the SLS rocket and Orion spacecraft. That was tracking towards 8 p.m., but it seems like conditions have been a little bit too unstable to begin the rollout. Earlier in the evening, we did see, as they placed the plywood down, at least one of those pieces of plywood got caught by the wind and flew up and over in front of the crawler. So they definitely want to make sure that plywood is able to stay put before they put the vehicle in motion. Got that video clipped, and we'll see if we can bring that into the broadcast here in just a little bit. Time now 9:48 p.m. Eastern, 01:48 UTC. I mentioned some of the plywood that blew away not too long ago in front of the crawler. We've got that video queued up, and that'll be playing on the left-hand side of the screen. You can see what I'm talking about in front of the right treads there. You can see one of the workers that runs out to grab it and put it back in place. Those at least two pieces. We'll put this video on a loop here. See, at least two to three pieces get visibly disturbed by the winds. Team's just kind of tamp down on the plywood. They don't actually put it back in front of the treads from which it came. So presumably that work may still need to happen. time now nearly 10 p.m. here on the East Coast, roughly 0200 UTC for our friends around the world. Just a small update, but nothing really with new information from NASA, that teams are still currently monitoring the wind speeds before beginning rollout of the SLS rocket and Orion spacecraft from inside the vehicle assembly building. As we saw with the video we just shared with you, the winds have been proving a bit problematic, even though it's not been quite the 40-knot threshold that was described in the constraints to a roll by NASA standards. The fact that the plywood is not staying in place is provided, or is proven to be, we would presume, part of the impediment to rolling out the vehicle at this point in the evening. Again, the fact that NASA just shared that they are still working towards rollout means that we should hopefully expect to see some type of forward movement in the not too distant future. But that'll be dictated again, as NASA indicated, by the winds here at the Kennedy Space Center. Local time now, 10:09 p.m. Eastern, 02:09 UTC. First off, I want to welcome in one of our moderators, Aussie Space Girl, joining us from Australia. Good to see you this evening, Stephanie. Thanks for stopping by to join us for our live coverage of what will hopefully be soon the rollout of the Space Launch System rocket and Orion spacecraft. Had a couple questions in the live chat that I wanted to address for those who are not super closely familiar following the Artemis program and the activities tonight. Question from FM&M asking if the rocket was going to launch to the moon tonight. No, the operation tonight is just to roll the vehicle, the rocket and the Orion spacecraft on top of the mobile launcher from where it's currently sitting inside the vehicle assembly building out to the pad at Launch Complex 39B. It's a distance of about 4 miles in total, and once the stack gets in motion, it'll take about 12 hours to get from here to there. Then there's about a week and a half's worth of setup and work to do out of the pad to get things configured for a launch attempt in early April. April 1st is the earliest possible opportunity to launch, but until the rocket gets out of the pad, teams are still just broadly targeting the early April launch window and will further refine down to a specific launch date once the rocket arrives. Some of the work out at the pad includes hooking back up the emergency egress system, which is slide wire baskets that extend from the level where the crew access arm is, where they will ingress into the Orion spacecraft, and extends down to a terminus point away from the rocket. So if there were to be an emergency before the launch abort system is armed, both the closeout crew as well as the flight crew could use those baskets to make a quick getaway from the mobile launcher. So they have to hook up that system, get those baskets hoisted up to the top of the mobile launcher and get those fixed and situated. And there's a variety of other checkouts and pieces of setup that the team needs to do out at the pad. So a bit of work ahead of them once the rocket does arrive, but no, we are not looking at a launch tonight, tomorrow night, anytime this week, anytime next week. But hopefully the week after that. Another question from Ari Wolf 6195 asking why they would be laying down plywood in front of the crawler transporter treads. Our understanding is that they are using that in order to protect some pieces of hardware that are in the path of the crawler before it gets to the crawler way. So if you think where the railing for the doors for the High Bay 3 exist. Actually, we can go ahead and bring up this shot for you in just a second. Teams will want to make sure that the railing for the doors are protected and are not crushed by the crawler transporter and the combined weight of the mobile launcher and rocket. Collectively, about 16 million pounds is going to be on the move once it gets into a forward motion. And there's likely as well a bit of a gap between the edge of the VAB and before the crawlerway begins with the Alabama River rocks. Taking a live look at the base of the mobile launch platform, mobile launcher number 1. As you can see from the windsock there on the right third of the screen, the winds continue to blow quite prominently here tonight at Florida's Space Coast, as we are hoping that conditions calm down such that they will be able to get the plywood back in the right spots, and we will hopefully get into motion with the SLS rocket in the not too distant future. I also want to thank Astro Joe, one of our other moderators, for being here with us in the chat. Good to see you tonight, Joe. Just past quarter after the top of the hour here, 10:16 on the East Coast, 02:16 UTC for those around the world. We're now 2 hours and 16 minutes past when NASA was hoping for first motion tonight. Of course, the winds have proved quite challenging for getting the setup in place to begin the rollout of the SLS rocket. The most motion that we've seen with the vehicle itself was the raising of the mobile launch platform using the hydraulic system on the Crawler Transporter 2, world's largest self-propelled vehicle on land that will take the full stack out to Launch Complex 39B once they're able to get into motion tonight. While we are waiting for that forward motion to begin and word from NASA that it is on the path to getting out to the pad, I want to go to part of our interview that we conducted with NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman just a week ago today. We sat down with him here at the Kennedy Space Center to talk about a whole bunch of things related to the Artemis program. One of the biggest updates that he had announced before our interview was, of course, the change to the Artemis architecture. One of those pieces was, of course, standardizing the Space Launch System rocket beyond the Artemis 3 mission to use an upper stage that we now know to be United Launch Alliance's Centaur 5. In addition to that, Artemis 3 was changed from a lunar landing that was most recently targeting 2028 to now a low Earth orbit mission. No landing involved, but one or potentially both of the landers will be in the loop for that mission, set to dock with the Orion spacecraft. So in this part of the conversation, we asked the administrator about the changes to Artemis 3 and how the agency is starting to plan for that mission coming up next year.
I would just say we haven't even determined if we are going to use ICPS on Artemis 3. We may not have to, in which case you've got that stage available. So we are still doing the mission design for Artemis 3. We are going to do multiple things at once. There is not there. I've made very clear around here. There's no message of like everybody stops in an organization with, call it, 50,000 people between our contractors and civil servants, some of the best the nation has to offer, and just wait for Artemis 2 to be done. Teams are working with our partners now on Artemis 3 mission design. We do have a request for information out to both SpaceX and Blue Origin to tell us what they think is achievable by 2027. And based on that feedback, we'll use it for ultimately crew selection, but making a determination of do we even need to use our upper stage in this regard.
Jumping to that assessment from both Blue and SpaceX, when do you expect to have enough data back from them to make a call on sort of refining the architecture of what Orion may meet for Artemis 3?
I would say 60 to absolute 90 days at the most. And now, I mean, keep in mind, we were having these conversations with them before the announcement, the no surprises. That's why you saw Boeing, ULA, Lockheed, SpaceX, Blue Origin, plus all of our congressional leadership come out behind us when we took this approach for standardization, increased cadence, because they all knew that the past approach was not going to lead to good outcomes like we'd want on this. So we've had an opportunity to socialize this with SpaceX and Blue Origin in advance of, do you support this approach to buy down risk for landing? Both have said yes. Now we're getting some of the technical specifics back. Are we going into LEO? Is this a HEO type mission? Does that change whether or not we're going to incorporate ICPS? That will be a factor. And then again, based on what they're willing to commit to, we're going to look to our astronaut corps, who has a lot of experience, who may be working on this, and that's going to probably inform crew selection.
And again, that was part of our conversation with NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman. If you haven't had the chance to watch the full thing, it was a great sit-down opportunity with the administrator. You can find it both here on the YouTube channel as well as on our X account. We'll be playing some more snippets of it throughout the course of our coverage here tonight. If you're just now joining us, though, it is right about 10:21 p.m. Eastern, 02:21 UTC. We are awaiting further updates from NASA as to when to expect first motion. See a little bit of motion, not on the crawler itself, but the water truck just backing up a hair. Kind of grasping for anything at this point. Honestly, it's a little bit hard to read the tea leaves at the moment. Time now here locally 10:33 p.m. Eastern, 02:33 UTC. A little more than 2.5 hours past the original roll time for the SLS rocket and Orion spacecraft, as winds have proven to be quite tricky for the vehicle's emergence from the vehicle assembly building up to this point in the evening. Want to go to another part of our conversation with NASA Administrator Jeremy Hansen in our sit-down a week ago Thursday. The conversation happened just a couple of days after the NASA Office of Inspector General published its report assessing the Human Landing System program and the 2 landers currently under contract with NASA, SpaceX's Starship and Blue Origin's Blue Moon Mark II. One of the items raised in the report was about testing as you fly, and some of the concerns with the current architecture at that point, looking back at the Artemis program up through November 2025, is the extent to which the report reached before it stopped doing its analysis and started to synthesize it to compile the report itself. Given the differences between Artemis 1 to Artemis 2, namely the introduction of the Eclipse system and the type of mission that they're flying, and then from Artemis 2 to Artemis 3, at least the Artemis 3 that was in existence when the report was doing its analysis and being written, and even the new Artemis 3, which is now a low Earth orbit mission. We wanted to ask the administrator how he views the phrase test as you fly and how he's carrying that into not only his thoughts about the Artemis program, but NASA overall. And so here is that part of our conversation with NASA Administrator Jeremy Hansen.
Well, we are trying to course correct, I would say, and I very much appreciate the OIG reports. I very much appreciate the ASAP reports. This is, I wish more people did in recent history, so that we could have taken some of these steps to course correct a little bit sooner when we had more time, not less schedule margin like we have now. But yes, I mean, they are pointing out things that I think should be relatively, obvious in a lot of ways. Like you don't go from an uncrewed test to around the moon to land on the moon. You don't make those kind of those type of leaps and hope for success. You can't fly a rocket this complicated every 3 years. I mean, I can tell you half of the afternoon yesterday in FRR was talking about, what happened with the hydrogen leaks, what happened with the helium flow issues, which were essentially identical to Artemis 1. So anyone kind of critical of the approach we're taking now of increasing cadence and trying to standardize, I don't think has read some of these OIG reports over the years or read the ASAP report, have an affinity for something like EUS or a second mobile launcher, and like, I really need this for the future I imagine of Artemis 20 years from now. Well, you might not see its 4th or 5th mission for 20 years from now if we don't start taking action, standardizing, addressing the valid concerns that are coming from independent authorities on this, saying, are you looking? Are you reading what we're telling you? This is not, a good recipe for success. It is time to make some changes. And that's what we're doing now. And it is absolutely consistent with OIG and ASAP.
And again, that was just part of our conversation with NASA Administrator Jeremy Hansen. You can see the full thing on our YouTube channel as well as on X. Taking a wide look now at the vehicle assembly building, an emergency vehicle of some type has parked in front of the VAB. It's our understanding that multiple other emergency vehicles have gone inside the vehicle assembly building as well. So there's the one you see here, and you can see some lights from another a little bit closer to the main door, as well as the ones we mentioned that have gone inside. It's unclear what the reason those vehicles were called is for. We'll try to get that information for you and bring that to you as quickly as we can. just about quarter till 11 p.m. here on the East Coast, as we're still awaiting for the emergence of the SLS rocket and Orion spacecraft from the VAB, approaching 3 hours since the original roll time was anticipated tonight. The loudspeaker announcement that was just heard was concerning an extension of the strong wind warning until about midnight tonight. So unfortunately, winds do not seem to be dying down, which means this process will extend for some amount of time. Again, it takes about 12 hours from first motion forward until the vehicle is able to set down at the pad at Launch Complex 39B. Local time 10:58 p.m. Eastern, 02:58 UTC. We're approaching 3 hours past the opening of when NASA was hoping to begin rolling the SLS rocket out to Launch Complex 39B. Of course, the impediment to roll at this point in time has been the presence of strong winds in the area, which has made things tricky for the placement of the plywood, as we showed you with some earlier video of it blowing away from its intended spot. The plywood is placed down to protect the concrete inside the VAB, as well as the railing for the high bay 3 doors as the crawler transporter 2 makes its exodus from the building. So until they're in a position where those plywood planks can be safely and reliably placed down, and they're assured that those will stay in place, we're kind of stuck here. So while we're stuck, let's go ahead and pop back over to our conversation with NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman. So we sat down with the administrator a week ago Thursday to talk about a host of things related to the Artemis program. One of the things that came up as we talked about some initiatives that were born from the administrator's tour to the various NASA centers around the country. We asked him what new initiatives may be on the horizon for NASA. So here is that part of our conversation with NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman.
Well, I think in the not too distant future, we're going to bring a lot of people together in DC to talk about a handful of major initiatives. We're going to go into greater specifics on Artemis acceleration and what that looks like past Artemis 5. If you're building a moon base and you're going there to stay, well, you're gonna need lots of missions to and from the moon, from a crew perspective, from a logistics perspective. So there's going to be an Artemis acceleration discussion. We're going to talk about the moon base. I want landers on the moon and South Pole on a monthly cadence starting in the beginning of 2027. There is a lot to build out there. We got comms, navigation, we've got power. We're going to start doing some like surface improvement demonstrations. We're going to have rovers everywhere. So there's a lot to talk about on that. We're going to talk about nuclear power and propulsion. We're going to talk about more missions of science and discovery. So there's a lot of good coming up. Those are like, I'd say like the sexier topics everybody gets really excited about. And then we have just lots of workforce directives and initiatives that are coming out. That is going to be based on all the information gathering that's been taking place, that continues to take place, the thousands of submissions from the workforce, from industry of how does NASA do better. And it's like, you can't do all those fun, exciting things we want to build a moon base if you don't address all these very real concerns and problems that come up from the workforce where, whether it's policy, regulation, things that are just impeding progress, you have to clear it out and unleash them. So we'll talk about those too. This is all in works right now. Like nobody's waiting, months or years to hear about it. It's weeks.
But you got to patch the cracks in the foundation before you build something strong.
Yeah, well, you're going to have to do both. Like and frankly, that's what the taxpayers should expect of us with the $25 billion a year we get. That's like for the space-loving community around the world should have very high expectations for NASA. We can work on all those exciting things and fix some of those cracks, as you mentioned, at the same time.
As you heard from the NASA Administrator, Jared Isaacman, he mentioned that coming up in the not-too-distant future, we would be hearing about all of those things at an event in D.C. Earlier today, there was a press conference with the European Space Agency Director General, Josef Aschbacher, essentially the counterpart to Jared Isaacman, but for ESA. And in one of the questions that was addressed to the Director General, asked about some of the proposed architecture changes that are happening with the Artemis program, and the Director General addresses that as well as the upcoming event in Washington, D.C. So here is part of that press conference from earlier today and comments from the Director General of the European Space Agency.
We look forward to the meeting next week. We will learn from NASA what the administration is planning on the Artemis architecture. This obviously is the gateway and several other aspects. So I cannot obviously preempt or know what this discussion will be. But what is extremely important is that we had a very intense and good discussion within the ESA member states who gave their full support to me as Director General to coordinate activities among all the member states. NASA will see a very united Europe appearing in Washington and obviously in all the interactions afterwards. I think this is a very welcome opportunity. We will have yet to see what the proposal is, so therefore I cannot comment on something that is not known. But we will be sure that we are well prepared, and as new elements will come to the table, we will certainly reflect among our member states and prepare our actions, proposals, and ways forward always very swiftly, very proactively, and I look forward to the meetings next week.
Of course, we will keep tabs on what those announcements coming out of the event in DC next week will be. Of course, we'll let you know what we learn as we learn it. Time now 11:05 p.m. Eastern, 03:05 UTC. Again, the strong wind warning was extended here at the Kennedy Space Center until midnight. Waiting to see exactly what the ramifications of that will be for the teams here, if they're able to get into a position where rollout tonight is still possible. And if so, what time that will get started. Time now here locally, 11:19 p.m. Eastern, 03:19 UTC for our friends around the world. Still no update as of yet from NASA on how soon they expect to begin to roll the Space Launch System rocket and Orion spacecraft to begin the journey out to the pad at this point in time. Also unclear if the wind vis-a-vis the plywood is the only impediment to the rocket emerging, or if there's anything else that's being worked inside the vehicle assembly building. Again, we haven't had an update from NASA one way or the other, so it's a little hard to suss that out at this point in time. For those who've been watching some of the other happenings around the spaceport here in Florida, you'll know that the end of this month and the beginning of next month bring with it quite a flurry of scheduled activities. As of right now, there is an Atlas V rocket from United Launch Alliance, and that is set to launch early in the morning on March 29th. We're also looking towards the upcoming flight of Blue Origin's New Glenn on its third flight. Seeing a new vehicle arrive here. Keep an eye on that. And that has, going back to the launcher question, invited some questions of, could we see the Space Launch System rocket launch on the same day or in quick succession with other launch vehicles here on Florida's Space Coast? We took a version of that question to the leadership at Space Launch Delta 45, which manages the Eastern Range, and asked about what can and cannot fly in conjunction with the launch countdown in motion for NASA's Space Launch System rocket. So here's part of that conversation from the Space Mobility Conference back in January.
Some of our launches, ones that require FTS still, or are even relatively new and are still maturing a little bit, so even our Vulcan launches, our New Glenn launches, those still tend to use more resources, more range resources. Some of them, depending on how they have established their commodities relationships, are dependent on that KSC pipeline that is provided from a commercial contractor for GN2. But that is a business choice that they have made. From a SpaceX and Falcon 9 launch from Launch Complex 40, that launch complex is almost completely independent from anything related to NASA. So it is possible to see a Falcon 9 Starlink launch that doesn't require a huge number of range assets and doesn't require commodities from NASA to be able to go. Again, priority is the Artemis launch. We understand that priority from a national perspective, but it is possible to launch both of those, and so the team will work to see what's possible.
Well, if I could expand that out briefly, the dynamic range scheduling that our range operations squadron brings to the game takes a look at all range operations, whether it's an Artemis launch, a Navy test launch, a ULA, a Blue Origin, a Relativity, a SpaceX launch. In partnership with those launch service providers coming in to talk what range operations looks like, is where we deconflict those operations. Every launch service provider has a dedicated program support manager in our range operations squadron that works day to day with that launch service provider to identify what the needs are that LSP needs to be able to facilitate that launch option or that launch opportunity. We bring those into a weekly scheduling meeting. I mentioned there on the panel that once a week at the Cape, we bring all the launch service providers and government entities together to work that real-time deconfliction. The tight partnership and collaboration that we have on the Space Coast exceeds anything I have seen in my entire career. The LSPs coming together to work together, the commodity providers coming together to see a successful launch, KSC, the FAA, the Army, the Navy, the Space Force, all sitting around the table to talk what opportunities are there to be able to support getting mass or humans to orbit. And
again, our thanks to the leadership and support teams at Space Launch Delta 45 for the conversation. Now at the bottom of the hour, 11:30 p.m. Eastern, 0330 UTC for those around the world. Still no forward motion from the mobile launch platform and the crawler transporter 2, but we have seen the arrival of multiple water trucks that are spaced out in front of the mobile launcher. Time now 11:32 p.m. Eastern. The strong wind warning that was in effect until midnight has been extended out now till 1 a.m. Eastern, 0500 UTC. Certainly not an encouraging sign if, in fact, the wind is the primary driver to preventing the rollout tonight. It's unclear if the teams have been able to reposition the plywood, but as has been suggested by one of our channel members in the chat, the water trucks may be acting as a bit of a windbreak to allow for the placement of the plywood for long enough to get the crawler transporter in motion over the sensitive areas, the concrete and the tracks along the high bay 3 door that can get beyond that threshold and just inch the trucks along. time now, 11:48 p.m. Eastern, 03:48 UTC. Seeing the plywood that we saw blow away earlier being repositioned. They're laying it down in front of the treads, which might be a good indication if they were confident enough to move the plywood for the first time since we saw it blow away. It could suggest that they've found a way to get around the wind restrictions and get this vehicle in motion. You see on the far left side of the screen the forklift with some more plywood also now getting back into motion. We'll see where that ends up going. And we can see more plywood is being laid down in front of the rightmost crawler transporter 2 tread. Certainly more progressive movement than we've seen for a good chunk of the night so far. Certainly encouraging, I'll say that. Again, for those who missed the explanation earlier, the plywood is placed down to protect the concrete floor on the VAB in front of the mobile launcher, as well as the treads in the door for High Bay 3. So as the mobile launcher rolls over it on the crawler transporter, that is, that it doesn't do damage to that hardware and infrastructure. Plywood is needed for just this initial part of the journey out of the vehicle assembly building. Coming up just about 8 minutes away from midnight here on the East Coast as we're seeing the plywood work continue. Time now 11:57 p.m. Eastern. 0357 UTC. In addition to the plywood that has been laid down in front of the crawler treads, looks as though teams with Exploration Ground Systems have also added some sandbags to try and prevent what we saw earlier in the night, pieces of the plywood from flying away, as the crawler hopefully will start to emerge from the VAB in the near future. And you can see the exhaust now billowing from the crawler transporter 2. A good sign that we may be just about to see our first views of first motion. A lot more activity from the world's largest self-propelled land vehicle than we've seen throughout the course of tonight, barring or except for the raising of the mobile launch platform as well. Well done from the Exploration Ground Systems team perspective, figuring out a solution to get the plywood laid down. Keeping our eyes open for signs of those treads moving and first motion to be achieved. It is midnight now, just crossing over into Friday, March 20th. For those of you just joining us, you're watching Spaceflight Now's live coverage of the early stages of rollout for the Space Launch System rocket. And it seems we've got some wildlife friends that have joined some of the photographers there on the press lawn. A group of wild boars making their way across the lawn here. Our photographer, John Pisani, with the eagle eye on some of the wildlife here at the Merritt Island National Wildlife Refuge, which surrounds the Kennedy Space Center. More movement from the pack of pigs than we've seen with the rocket so far this evening, but hopefully we are on the cusp of that changing in the not too distant future with the plywood being laid. It appears as though the wood that's needed to protect the exit of the crawler transporter has been completed for the north side of the crawler transporter treads. Work is underway on the south side treads now. (12:03 a.m. Eastern, 04:03 UTC). We're seeing one of the water trucks now back away from its position. It looks like the plywood placement has wrapped up. One of the other water trucks also moving out of its previous position. In addition to the plywood, teams had also placed some sandbags to help keep those pieces of plywood in place.
All personnel refrain from looking into the light.
Time now 12:13 a.m. Eastern, 04:13 UTC. Heard that the notice has been given ahead of first motion, so we should be seeing that coming up pretty darn soon. Running about 4 hours and coming up on 4 hours 15 minutes past when they were hoping to achieve that first motion, but better late than never, I suppose. Another good visual indication that rollout is really set to get underway here is the turning on of the spotlights that will illuminate the SLS rocket as it makes its way out of the VAB. You can see those beams both to the right or to the north side of the vehicle assembly building. Looks like another pair just turned on. There's also a spotlight coming from the top of the LCC, the Launch Control Center, the building slightly south of high bays 2 and 3 that we're seeing here. It's our understanding at this point that the Artemis launch director, Charlie Blackwell Thompson, has given the go-ahead to proceed into rollout tonight. So, first motion coming up pretty soon. Standing by for the emergence of the mobile launcher, the SLS rocket, Orion spacecraft, and the crawler transporter. Time now 12:20 a.m. Eastern, 04:20 UTC. We're seeing some of the additional lights on the crawler transporter come to light. Got the two main forward beams that you see just beneath the main part of the mobile launch platform. And we have forward motion the first time tonight on the crawler transporter. Now starting to inch its way out of the vehicle assembly building. You see the water on the water truck splash out for the first time tonight. About 4 hours, 20 minutes past the original planned time for first motion, but the 12-hour trek for the SLS rocket is now officially underway. Again, some of the slowest parts of the rocket's roll will be the emergence of the vehicle from the VAB. And then once it gets to some of the big bends along the crawlerway track, and then finally once it gets to Launch Complex 39B, they want to make sure to keep the rocket as level as possible. So it will make a series of adjustments with the crawler transporter to keep the SLS rocket fully upright as it goes up that hill. Once the Mobile Launcher 1 and the SLS rocket have fully emerged from the VAB tonight, we'll see the retraction of the crew access arm away from the Orion spacecraft, and it will stay in that stowed position until they get out to the pad. Continuing to see some forward movement from the crawler transporter. Periodically, we'll see, we saw just a moment ago, which is the water truck leading the pack, spraying both sides of the crawler way. That's to help with dust mitigation and create a cleaner, damper surface for the crawler as it makes its way across the tracks. Starting to see some good progress with the mobile launcher, getting our first view of it from this tracker angle here up adjacent to our fishbowl office at the edge of the Kennedy Space Center press site lawn. Time now 12:35 a.m. Eastern, 04:35 UTC. Been about a quarter of an hour since the start of motion with the Space Launch System rocket emerging from the vehicle assembly building. The majority of the mobile launcher tower has fully emerged from the VAB, and the rocket is slowly making its way out as well. Once it really gets going, it'll make a journey along the little more than 4-mile long path from the vehicle assembly building to Launch Complex 39B, known as the Crawler Way because it's the path that the Crawler Transporter 2 takes. It was constructed back in 1964. From one outside edge to the other, it's 130 feet wide and has two 40-foot lanes. Along the middle, there's a 50-foot grass median strip. keeping a close eye on the forward motion for the crawler transporter 2. We'll be watching for the next time it stops, and that should be the position where we'll see the retraction of the crew access arm away from the Orion spacecraft near the top of the mobile launcher. Time now 12:43 a.m. Eastern, 04:43 UTC. Time now locally 12:57 a.m. Eastern, 04:57 UTC for those joining around the world. The Crawler Transporter 2 has paused here as the crew access arm is getting prepared to swing away from the Orion spacecraft and go into its stowed position along the tower of the Mobile Launcher 1. And it will stay in that position until the rocket reaches the pad, at which time the arm will swing back out alongside Orion. Yeah. And the crew access arm is now in motion, swinging away from the Orion spacecraft. And now just past the top of the hour, 1:01 a.m. Eastern, 05:01 UTC. The crew access arm retraction appears to be complete. Once the Exploration Ground Systems team is comfortable with the completion of this motion, the crawler transporter will get back into its forward progression here shortly. A little more than 40 minutes into the rollout of NASA's Space Launch System rocket and Orion spacecraft, making a roughly 4-mile-long journey out to Launch Complex 39B this morning. Local time now 1:07 a.m. Eastern, 05:07 UTC. Taking a look at our live chat here, want to thank Rocket Profit for joining us with channel membership at the Pad Leader level, and then for $20 super chat of support, cheering on the start of rollout. Thank you, Rocket Profit. Glad to have you with us, and thanks for the support at that level. We really appreciate that tonight. Time now 1:12 a.m. Eastern, 05:12 UTC. We're starting to see some activity with the crawler transporter might be getting ready to pick back up with motion again here in just the next minute or two. And the crawler transporter 2 is back in motion.